Hey, welcome back, Zapper Gandhi. Thanks for the resub. Where are we? We are in... Oh yeah, this is Kuno's place. Fucking Kuno. We were supposed to beat up his dad, but his dad's just fucking... out cold or something. I don't know why I quick saved. I just loaded a save.
Secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno Doroita. Your heartbeat quickens, palms go sweaty. The siren of amphetamine is singing you her song.
Looks like we found where Kuno's dad lives.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
Oh, hang on. I was really tempted today to just play Elden Ring. It's so good.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to
There
the
we go.
doorframe with a safety chain. Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
It's my duty as a cop to investigate every square inch of this world.
Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently
Jamrock Shuffle.
to uncover them.
I don't have a thought space, do I? No, I don't. I don't have a skill point either. What is this? By now it's clear you like to look inside containers. You like to open doors and see what's behind them. Maybe secrets, maybe more juicy containers. Let's be honest, you like all containers. Trash cans, utensil trays, manholes, coat pockets, secret containers left behind by Philippian kings that hold forbidden relics. Okay, you haven't come across one of those yet, but maybe one day. Wait, is that why you're still hellbent on opening containers? Do you think you'll find the Holy Scepter and the Orb de Monte? For Elden Ring, the combat is very much like previous Dark Souls, which is good, because the combat was really good there. But it's open world now, so it's got like little mini dungeons all over the place with like a sort of medium difficulty boss. Like I've beat them all in my first try, even though they've put up like a little bit of a fight. They were close fights. And then I also beat the first major boss, and he was hard. But I also found out after that I did it the hard way. And I also got the achievement when only 1.6% of players had done it, so I was also one of the quickest people to kill him. That's an actual achievement with considering how many people were playing Elden Ring. Now 41% of people have it, so. I beat him on hard mode though, so that's a badge of honor right there. But it's really fun, because now you get like a mount and stuff, and you can actually jump now. You're not like restricted. Let me just make sure. I don't want to have to pick that door again and it fail on that XCOM %. Buck 10. Good, we're getting close to our 20 bucks.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw. Score, it's right there, baby. Today's your lucky day.
I'll just take the speed.
Bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Don't wait. Celebrate. Blast that shit right here. Take inventory of it once this boring table shit is done.
Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. I found my drugs. Air stinks of something sour. Fucking, these jeans give me composure. Yeah, but these jeans make me more of a drug addict somehow. What do they look like? They're pretty nice. Pretty nice. They're the only thing in this apartment that actually smells decent. Yeah, this could turn bad. Let's quick save.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka. Some towels and a duvet. Some socks even.
Hold up, Lieutenant. Look at that pile of clothes. Slowly reach my hand out.
Something underneath there is breathing. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out.
Yeah.
Your
Let's do
hand
this.
Touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl.
Welcome back, Garth.
There is something alive underneath it.
Alright. Blanket off.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Took your amphetamine, old man.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body. He wouldn't be too thrilled to learn you stole his stash. It was the last thing keeping him functional.
Yeah, is this thing even alive?
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
Points to a fleshy lump sticking out from the other end of the blanket. The limb seems to be twitching from time to
A
time.
groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
Yeah, good chance here.
The man groans once again, but his tongue
No
keeps
luck.
failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something.
As I put the blanket back on me.
Then falls back again, limp and defeated by sleep. A loud snore escapes his mouth.
Is this Kuno's father we're seeing, judging by the red hair?
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say
Kim.
yes, it is.
I said that. Don't copy me.
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes.
Doesn't look like he's gonna fuck anyone up anytime soon.
No, it really doesn't. This looks very hard to recover from. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
Yeah, hold on. What happened to his eyes here?
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight.
That must really dry your eyes out. This is serious damage. I'm still not sure he's dead. He's not dead. Three words man just gave his mouth as he's trying to say fucking pig. Or like fucking filthy pig or something.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
No. Alright. He's out. I'm out. I took his cocaine. I don't want him waking up. And I'm still here. No. Can't do this with him here. With Kim here. Kim's a narc. I'd be letting him down. He'd be very disappointed in me. What do we got here? What do we got? What does it even go under? Speed bottle. I lose 1 morale, but I gain 1 motorics, 1 psyche. However, I might disappoint Kim by giving half of it to Kuno. You know what? No. Fuck Kuno. This is my speed. What was the check I needed for the roof? What is the warded door? Bar bill. Oh, I can retry Joyce's thing. Get some volition. Do they have any clothes for volition? Hey, welcome back, Hard Trip. Thanks for the resub. How was your Elden Ring journey going?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I don't remember what category this was under.
More lessons in basic reality?
Oh, right here.
My favorite part of
42%,
the
because
day.
Kim trusts me.
Go ahead. Ask me anything.
Yeah, I did a little bit of exploration earlier today. I found a bunch of cool stuff. I managed to beat one of the jails, too.
Is what you want to do.
Oh,
But should you?
no
He
luck.
expressly stated you shouldn't hear about it. What?
Yes? Glad to have been of
Alright, that's all
assistance.
for now. I found some, a tailor kit. Do you have the tailor kit? If not, you should go get the tailor kit because Fashion Souls is end game. And it lets you change the appearance of your armor to like an alternative. All I'll tell you Okay, well, I'll let you find it then. Well, each armor has like an alternative appearance. I'm pretty sure. I only have one piece of armor, so I can only check the one piece of armor, but it has an alternative. It just changes the way it looks. So I got this because I started off as a samurai. I have samurai armor, and the default is just regular old samurai armor. And then the alternative, it adds like a straw cloak to it, which is pretty cool. So general directions for it. You want to go to the big island in the ocean. On the left side of the map, like bottom left-ish area, I think. I don't have the map in front of me, I can't look at it. That's pretty general. You want to go there to get the tailor kit. Yeah, I was looking, what else do I got here? What is the warded door? Oh, right, that was the door that I had the key for, so that's pointless. Yeah, it's kind of close to where you start. I don't know why the scroll is so slow in this. I was looking for what check I needed. It's so jank. Why is the scroll so jank? Elysium. It was savoir-faire I needed. That was to jump down, I believe, right? Yes, I have the... I don't have the octopus. I have a jellyfish. Unless that's the one you're talking about. Which I like, because it's really tanky. It doesn't seem to do much damage, but it's really tanky. I honestly don't know where to go right now. Don't know what to do. I only ever summoned it in the boss room. I can't reattempt this. How close am I to a level up here? I need to get a savoir-faire. Oh, we're so close. I'm sure if I gave some speed to Kuno, it would probably level me up. Which guard camp?
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm not able to summon anything in the field. It only lets me summon them in like boss rooms and stuff. Oh. Maybe. I play very patiently. And I wait for my opening to strike. It takes me a long time to kill things, but I've killed, in all the little dungeon things, I've killed every boss the first try. I recommend doing the dungeons. They're actually not that long and they're not too hard. They're pretty fun. I did like 5 of them. Oh, I see. I think they're shown on the map, or at least some of them are shown on the map. It's like a little cave thing. Do you want some speed?
The woman still.
Hang on.
The woman still happy.
Hang on. I would really like to stream Elden Ring, but it's really intensive on my computer. I barely meet the requirements. What kind of clothes did you have, by the way?
That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that.
Composure.
The shine on these.
I really gotta start saving up here for a new computer. I wonder if I could sell drugs. I'm gonna become a drug dealer. I know this guy's, he likes his stuff.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Oh. I failed that one last time. I kind of don't know where to go right now. How did you get up there? I want up there. Let me check my journal. Remind myself of what's going on here. Split a kilo with Kuno. Okay, getting the body down. Yeah, we need to access the harbor, but I don't know how to do that yet. I can't jump down to get my coat, which is probably one of the ways to do it. Ask around about tattoo's possible meaning. Okay, here we go. Run the number on the victim's armor, so that's that was done today. That was done a couple hours ago. Okay, then we gotta ask Kuno. Okay, so we're gonna get Kuno's trust. I'm gonna give Kuno some drugs. Find working class husband. He's probably on the other side, so can't get him till tomorrow. Prove my authority. And then he's also on the other side. Find speed and sniff it.
Can I help you?
No.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
You know what's behind that door there?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that.
Thanks, composure. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Yeah, first, I should probably learn more about this guy I'm looking for. What does he look like? Character.
Oh, dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
Alright, so tell me what he looks like.
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Let's try again. If I were to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
Okay, well, how long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
Did the two of you meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
Alright, well, I think I got all the information.
I hope I've been useful.
And your husband's some kind of scientist, you said, right?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
I don't know. What is that?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and
Oh, I see.
urban legends.
Makes sense.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite. She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Yeah, tell me more about this rare insect your husband is looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
I don't know what that is.
Ah yes, Phasmatodea. A diverse group of
Thanks,
insects
Encyclopedia.
whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects,
I've heard
colloquially.
the term phasmid before. I didn't know what it meant.
Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I want to.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
Kim, this is a mission.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think the phasmid is around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So, a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have.
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
So, is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
What else is special about it then?
Oh dear, I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
Her face flushes with embarrassment.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
So she's less worried about her husband. I get a +1, and I also have her green 8 pen. Give it a shot.
There's really no point in
Nice.
manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear more about some of the cryptids you've studied. Would you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Okay, Kim. Just one little cryptid. Promise.
He nods and assumes a waiting posture. Cryptids, cryptids. Let's hear about all the interesting cryptids.
Hell yeah, electrochemistry.
Ooh, tough choice there.
Is it a cryptid on the pen you gave me?
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo.
War story.
Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva.
That sounds fucking disgusting. With its saliva?
Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight.
And there was something about an undiscovered subspecies of man?
Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
The racist option, that's why I have to take the lead, right, Kim? You're a subhuman. Like, wow. I'm pretty sure Kim is the same species as us. To suggest otherwise is stupid.
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saelites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. Perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today.
I know that in our reality, people of Asian descent, their earwax is hard. Like, it's dry. Whereas ours is, like, wet and gross. And what's the biggest cryptid?
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
Alright. I tried, Kim. You're right. We can move on for now.
I'm glad you see it that way. Did we have anything more to do here?
I'd really like to hear about more cryptids, though, but tomorrow. Tomorrow. That's all for now, ma'am. Can you talk to me about tattoos or something?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Oh yeah. Are you the Hardy girl?
I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
Don't want to flatter her. Get on his good side, or be on her side. Yeah, you know what? Get a grip, Glenn. You went to law school.
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
No, Glenn, they aren't.
This didn't change her opinion of you.
Damn it.
It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
Alright, we'll talk later. Oh, I should probably not walk around with this break-in tool. That would implicate me of illegal activity of stealing speed. Alright, let's get Kuno some drugs here. Kim? Kim.
Yes?
Be cool, okay? I know you're gonna say something. Be cool.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I took care of the drug situation, Kuno.
Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, you give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way, street way.
Yeah, by kilo you mean gram, right?
Kuno knows what Kuno means.
Kuno means gram.
Where's the option to just give him half? I can keep it, or I can keep it, or I can give it all to him. Where's the option? It's just like, no, I'm taking half, and here's your half. Because that's the option I would pick. All right, fine. You can have it. He's gonna steal it from me. But I need his trust right now. I really want this speed. This is a tough decision. I really just want the speed. Hey, nice. What class did you start with, by the way? Did you try out the kit yet? Did it change your armor in a noticeable way? All right. You know what? Uno, fair is fair.
Wow, that's heavy.
Flips it in his coat pocket.
More than half in there. Kuno's fucking honorable
Fucking right.
like that.
Fucking right.
There is no movement on the lieutenant's face as he stares intently at the trash container.
Now tell me, how the fuck are you still alive, pig?
Yeah, I met your dad.
How are you still standing, pig? You sneak past him.
I killed your dad, Kuno. He'd probably be happy about it, to be honest. It was dark in there. Sneaked in and got out.
You got lucky. Kuno's dad was out getting more drink. Kuno knew that. That's why he sent you. Kuno cares about his pig. Doesn't want his pig to get hurt.
A lot of unpaid utility bills
Fuck
there.
right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit.
I guess Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about them.
Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink.
No place to live in. You have to find somewhere for your else. Somewhere else. Well, I mean, the weight is directly tied to the stats too, so the stats are meaningless. Though you don't need it. You could go naked. Armor's worthless.
That's right. It's a shithole. Kuno's gonna move underground. Leroyme shit. Ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
All right, that's sweet, Kuno.
Team Kuno.
Yeah, it's not an easy life you got going on in that apartment.
What do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, the catacombs.
We got plans. Yeah, pig.
All right.
This shit is done. Now get the fuck out of Kuno's face. Kuno needs to drop the bomb.
Alright, I found your shack.
Did you fucking there?
Yeah, could I get into the harbor from the roof?
Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just got a fly pig.
Tried that, it didn't go so
Kuno
well.
knows. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself. It's okay, pig. Not everyone can face the fear Kuno style.
Is that my coat up there? I'm pretty sure it's mine.
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that.
After all, what?
Don't sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno will keep your nasty secrets. Kuno's not snitching.
Stitch on. It's me. You'd be telling me on me. Like, what?
He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it.
Yeah, that's not a crime.
Yet, that conclusively explains how the coat got up there.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, logic. What's with the pig head?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Yeah, cool pig head. I liked it. I got one too. This one. It's shit.
What?
What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird level shit. Kuno doesn't go there.
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
They're all confused now. Like, what?
No one saw that coming.
Yeah. What? I don't know what Magnus Solam is.
Good call.
Alright, I've heard enough of this.
Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno doesn't
Right.
fucking...
What is Magnus Solam? Something I have. Oh yeah, I got this too. Well, I'm not going to spend this yet because I might be able to reattempt it after talking to Kuno.
Does Kuno care? The fuck do you want with it?
What's with the tube of Magnus Solam? I don't even know what that is.
It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Magnesium, right?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Yes, I could.
Teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
I know all about magnesium. I rock it all the time.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Alright.
Good call,
Heard enough of this.
Pigmeister. Don't come in. Kuno doesn't...
If it's magnesium, I don't have any of it, even though apparently I found it. I moused over it and didn't notice. It's possible. I can't remember. And I don't know how to look. This just says morale, and there. I'd have to go to the store. Can I try this again? No. We need more savoir-faire. Which is this one. Sneak under their noses, stun with immense panache. I'm already up to 74 XP. I got a lot of XP from giving Kuno drugs. It's like 90. Alright. We got one savoir-faire.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing.
42%.
No one has claimed it for their own.
Why is it Kuno? Hang on. I don't have any drugs that fix that, do I? No, that's Motorix. I checked. I didn't have clothes for it. I have clothes that take away savoir-faire. It's like if I dress fancy, I'm like, I don't know how to do anything. I'm in management at that point.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for
Try
their
again.
own.
No, failed.
Nope, no. That's still too high.
Sure.
Is it?
Be careful, okay? Looks like you all...
Oh, it is. Okay. Alright. Kim? Don't you fucking narc on me.
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect.
Yeah, but wait. Kim is here. He'll be disappointed.
See? That's your problem. A lack of confidence. Speed can help you with that. And, Kim, it can help you with everything.
Alright. Okay, yeah. My body's ready. Let's do this. Kim, turn around.
You raise the bottle, close a nostril, and inhale.
Oh, yeah, that's the stuff.
The rush is almost immediate. It tastes bitter and caustic, and stings a bit inside your nose.
Good to have you back, Officer Super Cop. The world has been waiting.
Now the taste is slowly receding into your throat. The rush is growing in intensity, your little heart pounding like a bird in a cage. A sweat breaks out across your brow. Your jaw clenches. And, let's be honest, there's a little chest pain. The good kind, of course.
Nosafed, that's the health one. The good kind of chest pain, yeah.
You could work with this high. Like, literally work. Solve the case. File some papers. Maybe clean up your hostel room. Then solve another case. Then start a side investigation into the paranatural. Then build a radio computer.
I'm gonna look for them cryptids.
Whoa, this shit is strong. This shit is disco.
Kim, I did a little speed. I hope you don't mind. It was for professional
I'm
reasons.
not your mother. I don't care. Do what you have to do.
As long as you're functional, he thinks. Now, let's get back to work.
Feels great. Are there any downsides to this at all?
To this? You kidding? There are downsides to not being on it.
Alright, you convinced
There
me.
are massive downsides. It's a potent neurotoxin. You're turning yourself into a frayed idiot.
Alright, why didn't you tell me this beforehand? Too late now, that's boogie.
Spring, spring. Everything is clear around you. You're ready to concentrate on the next task in the task chain.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a speed button. Speed gives +1 to motoric skills. Perception, reaction speed, hand-eye coordination, savoir-faire, interfacing, and composure. This is good before a white check, but damages your morale.
It damages my morale when I do the white check. That's going to be expensive on the old morale pills.
Still caught on the railing.
Oh, it doesn't even unlock it.
For their own.
What? What do I got going on here? Speed bottle, psyche, and motor. It's okay. We got savoir-faire again. We're good.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one is clear.
72%. We're in. Super Cup, go!
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Let's continue the voyage through the salty air. Super Cup, I can't even close my eyes. I'm so wired right now.
As
Whoa.
the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
Why couldn't I just climb down?
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Why did I have to be so cool about it? Oh, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good coat. Conceptualization. Yeah. We'll put this on. Look at that. We're looking somewhat professional now. We're getting there. Collecting rainwater. God, I just don't want this to lock me out, so I'm gonna quick save. I'm just curious if this is like a building or if it just takes me to the other side. Seems like it's a building. Nice. Alright, give me 1 sec, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I get XP for every green bubble from something. I don't even know where I'd find out what gives me that. I don't even know if it's a visible item. Thought cabinet would tell me. What is that under again? This one? One XP for every orb clicked. And then the left wing dialogue options give +4 XP. The radio is emitting strange buzzing sounds. A standard office file cabinet. The drawers seem to be locked. Someone left the coffee machine on. The dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient. Gross. Book, La Fumée, Volume 1, Number 4. Can read that one. Another postcard. This is locked, but I might be able to pick it.
Someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
Oh, never mind.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Oh yes, let us organize this for
Let's
them.
see what's inside, he thinks.
Let's open the drawer.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders.
Let's just take a look, shall we?
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
Anything interesting?
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Okay, hang on.
The drawer slides shut.
Give me a second here, Kim. I don't have any volition clothing.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever.
We're gonna try it. 42%.
The unlocked drawer slides out to greet you. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy
Failed by one.
your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
Can I actually focus through not focusing?
You are a police officer, not a spiritual healer. You can focus in way by turning your attention to something and not letting go.
All right, let's just leave the folders alone for now. Oh, I get +1 volition through focusing. Nice. Try it again.
You're trying hard, but the data here is unbelievably dry.
It just doesn't want me.
Something about containers. The drawer slides shut smoothly.
Nothing to see here. This is a Dewey typewriter. The model name is on the back. Every worker equals member of the board is written at the top of the flyers. And at the bottom, the union logo and demand democracy. Oh, some magnesium. Okay, so magnesium is the psyche morale one. That's why. Oh, some visual calculus. Some nerd glasses here.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change."
Do I want to use this? Only 10 cents.
The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Let my muscle memory dial a random number. Well, I think they get tokens, and they're just out of tokens. I imagine the union reimburses them. In this case. Maybe not, I don't know.
Your fingers run over the dial pad.
Nice.
005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lemmy. How may I help you?
Hi, Lemmy.
The youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
Wait, what is this place? Who did I call?
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lemmy.
No, I mean, what is this place to me?
Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here.
Do you know me?
No.
Why did I call you?
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
Maybe, but I don't know my name.
If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
Voyager and Maine.
He thinks you're pulling a prank on him. The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with the discomforting sound of the disconnect tone.
Hello, hello. A giant ass print on the pillow and pattern of coffee rings on the armrest. Oh, good thing here. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio. The door is locked and cannot be opened from this side without a pass card. Because you have no choice but to talk to the union leader. How close are we to a level, by the way? 27. And what did I pick up here? Oh yeah, that's the glasses. Postcard and this book. Take a quick look at this. So the leading intellectual organ of Martinet communism, offers a radical Mazovian perspective on a range of contemporary issues. Cover features a stylized portrait of the late King Frizzell, with a pair of white antlers growing out of his head.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Frizzell. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Yeah, why Friesel?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Okay, well let's see what catches my eye here.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. No advertisements, you notice. So who's funding this radical commentary? After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Okay, well let's start with the editor's note then.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turned to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. Perhaps they've overestimated the market demand for this kind of commentary. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
I don't need to pretend everything's in order. Everything is in order. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with this magazine. Where can I subscribe? Display cool. Everything's in order. There's no pretending, though.
Flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Yeah, I want to catch up on international developments.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Yeah, what is Kunst und Kultur? Or however the fuck I'm supposed to say that.
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. Why they decided to title this one section in Valda is beyond you. Obviously because it's cool to drop random phrases in foreign languages. It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS.
Kuno.
The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tourne, a critical Mazovian perspective.
It'd be hilarious if it was Kuno putting in an article.
The Tip Top Tourne is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. In Revachol, it's held quadrennially on the prestigious Zero Carousel, racing circuit.
Alright, let's see if this tells us who CS is.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
I wonder if it is Kuno. Kuno would definitely be hostile. Alright, let's see what these communists have to say about Tip Top.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tourney.
What's wrong with Tip Top?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically.
Who wrote this stuff?
Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines: Nastep Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names.
Why aren't they real names?
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
Celebrities are naming their kids stupider and stupider names. I'm not going to question it. Yeah, what's wrong with a good motor crash?
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
You know what? You're right. I really am just in it for the violence. No. Do I like it for the racing or do I like it for the violence? I really am just in it for the violence.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
I'll have you know, it's only been like 20 minutes since I've been reading this book, okay? Don't be casting shade like that. 40 minutes, wow. I'm pretty sure it was 1811. One cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism. Yeah, did you know that Tip Top Tourney is actually an orgiastic ritual of capitalistic destruction? I had no idea.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, Detective.
Wonder what else is really just a metaphor for life under capitalism.
I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article are to be believed. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
Kim's a car man, though.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Let's see what they mean by local concerns now.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Alright. I can put this magazine down at any time. This is just really captivating. All this communism talk.
You skim the headlines. paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Yeah. Charging rent to live somewhere is pretty outrageous, I must say.
The writer G. Martin remarks dryly that capitalists love wealth redistribution, so long as it's only redistributed upward. It's true, the rentiers have been bleeding you dry. You really ought to find your own place one of these days.
Yeah, you're goddamn right.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
All right. Done. How much, I got left? I got 3 uses left. You gave me the whole thing. You didn't take any of it. It had 4 uses when I gave it to him. Gave it back, I used 1. I still have 3 uses. Fucking Kuno doesn't know how to count. His loss. My gain. All around you, great machines in quiescence. White pine trees are printed onto the screen, covering, looks like a forest, something. What do we got here? At least 3 packs worth of cigarette butts. Numerous empty bottles of Commodore Red and potent Pilsner.
Those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Did I do this? No, first, how hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Yeah, was this me? Did I do this? My coat was up here.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
I must have been on an advanced scouting mission in the harbor.
Yes, this looks pretty advanced, all right. For now, let's keep on.
Thanks for the support, Kim. Can I pick these up? Get my bag. Oh my god, I could pick each one up.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
No, there's no need for that. I'm on speed right now, there's no need for a breather. My speed's probably worn off. Yeah, it has. No, it's okay. We're good.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. Looks like the inhabitant is rather pedantic when it comes to order.
I'll just leave the picture there. I don't really see the need to take somebody's picture.
Let's get going. The entire neighborhood can see us up here.
Alright. Is it just my bag that's marking something as new here? I knew about all these already. The save down too. A mystery button.
A rusting control
Just open the
panel
door.
with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with
Alright,
use.
so stop and go.
Seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block.
Again, headphone cords are all twisted up here.
Marsh on. Arrête off.
Thanks, I knew that. I'm just gonna leave because it probably opens the door. Maybe. Unless it does this. Whatever the hell that is. See faded industrial lettering on the platform. Kvalsund. Volsons mean Whale Fjord in Arden. Ooh.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. Marsh on. Arrête.
Oh yeah, let me just quick save first.
A rusting
I might die here.
Marsh.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Arrête. Off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
Understood.
The rusty control panel grows warm to the touch, then grows cold. It is finished.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
I go like on that thing.
A rusting
Alright, let's push it again.
No screech of metal when you push the button. This crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all.
Alright. I guess we'll go in it. Apparently I can walk over there.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Yeah, Lieutenant, I think there's something special about this container.
Is this like your thing with that wall again?
Maybe? I can tell. I think we should investigate further. Nobody... It's against regulation to leave a container suspended in the air, because it's a suspended load that could injure somebody. They were hiding something. They must have been.
You do? Because I don't.
What? Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
It was hanging from the crane.
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container.
Kim, Why was it suspended with nobody around?
We're not here to interact with containers. We are here to get the body down from the tree.
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Knock.
Reply.
I would laugh if this actually, like, if you succeeded on this, if it actually worked. The door just opens. It'd be hilarious. I'm not even going to attempt it. Kim will think I'm crazy. Oh, what do we got here? A composite eye of halogen lights watches you emitting a low buzz. It doesn't watch me because it's facing the other way.
You're back before the...
How dare you not build for speed in communism? What are you, an upstanding member of society? The shipyard ahead is oddly quiet. Great machines are sleeping. The pile of cargo belts used for heavy lifting, one says vermilion. That's, same that was, hanging the guy. Speaker tower is silent. There is no work to organize in the yard below. Case here. It's marked in gray. The musk of oil and rust comes from the chasm in front of you. Smells like blood. But what did I miss? Blind for what? You just trolling me here? Oh, you're talking about the change. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. It was a buck. It was worth grabbing. Industrial-sized thermos smells like burned coffee. Like that $1.10. We're close. Oh, $1.30. Oh, you didn't see that, did you? The banner sags under the weight of rain and snow. White waves on red. Oh, soon the green is gone and everything is red.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along.
There's no, like, rhythm to it.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Where's your rhymes? Hey, hi.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
What is it with you people in scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
I'd be waiting for you to answer.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
You're Ubi, right?
Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubies are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir.
Oh, that's funny. Hang on, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. And I'm back.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
So, what are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
I have logic glasses that I could throw on. I just don't know if I can back out of these conversations and go back in. Is that allowed? I feel like in this case it should be allowed. I could just ask him the same thing again. You know what? I'll just go for it. If I miss it, I miss it. Whatever.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Missed by 1 again. Red is so much prettier than drab old green.
Sure is, mister. Sure is. Really livens up the place. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I had to break this bonding moment, but the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
I mean, what's wrong with that? So, where is everyone? The harbor's empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Evrard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Evrard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
Yeah, well, what trouble did Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Yeah, what did they actually do? I already know what they did.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not gonna be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
Yeah, too rowdy. Leo, what kind of a fight did they get into? Did they kill a mercenary?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
You work here.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
I thought I wasn't looking. I wasn't reading it when he was saying it. I thought he said Leonard Bellend. Calling himself a penis or something. I don't know.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Well, who's this, Miss Beaufort you mentioned?
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
I see. It's the lawyer lady.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
Sighs and falls silent, watching you meekly with his blue eyes.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener?
Okay, so this is the union fixer, the gardener.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip too.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Yeah, so what's in that container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
No, it's not empty, Kim. You don't know what you're talking about. There's something in there. I'm looking for the leader of the Dock Workers Union.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinize what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Alright, easy now, Leo. Just want to know where I can find this man.
Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course.
Okay. I'm off then. Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
$56. Coffee's still lukewarm. I can hear a typewriter going. Yeah, there he is. He's huge. Stair made of pallets leading up.
Yes?
I don't know where I'm going here. Whoops. There we go. That perspective is really weird. A marlin on the wall? Taxidermy fish that tells time. They put a clock in it. Alright, you must be Everard.
Before you is a walrus of a man.
Oh my
seated
god, what the
behind
fuck's
a
wrong with his
large
eye?
desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Let's get straight to business. There's a dead body in a tree.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
He gestures to a tiny chair opposite to his giant desk.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
Relaxes into his chair and continues.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
I'll take a seat. I'll let him have his power move.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
He gives you a sly wink. I shall wink back with my signature smile.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
By the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
There's a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
You know what? Thank you, Everett. I need that money.
Don't mention it. But also don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
You know what? I would appreciate any help you could provide. I'm on his side. This is, you know, he wants everybody to be equal. This is the communist way.
Are you all right, Harry? You seem anxious. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Kim.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Oh, I have to do the composure check. The chair's killing me. I took the novelty check. My composure was garbage anyways.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun, and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
No, cool. I'm cool. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois?
Let me just take this pill here.
What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
Snaps his fingers, but to no effect. You're in some stupor. Keep sliding down the chair like a jello shot.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Are you capable of getting me a glass of water? Can you even get out of your chair?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm Mr. Dubois. Actually, this chair's uncomfortable. I could use that glass of water.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Could you help me get a dead body down from a tree? Let's start with that.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
No, it's just... Also, yeah, I studied the footprints at the crime scene, worker boots.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values.
That's what he wants.
But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race signs. He's had enough of that. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you.
I'm told the Union is involved in the local drug trade.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat Guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
I am. This is... You put me in a bad spot, I'm putting you in a bad spot.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
We only have one team here, Mr. Everett. It is us. We. There is no you and him. So tell me, what's in the container that's outside your office?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
There's something special about it. It was attached to the convulsant crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
I tried convincing the container. I can't. So, let's talk about my lost gun real quick.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone.
I did not try because it was like 3%.
Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Hold on. Could he really hold my gun hostage?
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Does this mean if I do things for you, I will get my gun back?
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Yeah, why'd you call me Mr. Dubois?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everett, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
So that's really my name.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
My memory is fine. I'm just testing you. He's not going to believe that at all.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently, my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Hey, let's get straight. What is my full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
Okay, I like it. I can work with that.
And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you?
Anything about my family? Do I have a wife, kids, or...
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man, do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
No, not really.
That's why I like you, Harry. A good man knows both his strengths and his weaknesses, and you, my friend, you are one of the all-time greats.
What kind of a cop does it say I am?
Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
What? No. I'm sorry? Come again?
Yes. You seem to be, a lot of the time, but right now there's no reason to be. Let loose a little. Be you.
I read shipping folders before, so I got a +1 to this. Where did you get that folder?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
Have another look at that folder there.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
That's not an RCM folder.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man, so is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
Okay. I want to talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help you like I'm helping you with the body and your lost gun. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
Opened a few doors in my life.
And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors, Harry. This really is very simple, and there's nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Why don't you just open it yourself then?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you would run around all day.
I mean, I can run all day. I can't do anything else with my physique. You got Jean-Luc out front. Get him.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Whose door is it? I think I know, but...
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
What do you mean by a weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
I bet you don't even know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
I don't like this guy. But we'll do it. I want to help the Union.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level.
Yeah, but you still didn't even tell me whose door I need to unlock.
Get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
Okay. And by the way, I met Joyce, the company representative.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Just pals, you say?
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez here. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you get that nasty body down from the tree. And with finding your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Galmo?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
But he made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
But you called him a midget.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
Gee, Joyce said that the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Yeah, funny. Joyce didn't mention any casserole.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction. If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
Art Joyce seems to think the union is lowballing her.
Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
So why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
It's a fortress. He knows she can't get in here.
Okay, well, there was something else then.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everard doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
She can ask me how I got in here, by the way.
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age.
A man my age? What are you implying? I'm at the peak of my abilities.
Yes, Harry. You are obviously in peak physical condition, and I salute both your initiative and your physical prowess. Very impressive, Harry. Very impressive. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Okay. We'll talk again later.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Great. We'd want to get stuck in here.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
Nice. We're part of the union now. Got my giant novelty check. 20 by 50 centimeter. We handed over ceremoniously on a gala-like event. Supposedly exchanges for 25 real at local Fritz stores. Below the number, a careful hand has written, Constable's rent. All of it. Note. Worthless in a pawn shop. Constable. I gotta actually click on these to make them not orange. Open apartment door, then getting the body down. Go to measure head on the gates and ask him to get the body down. Alright, Jean-Luc. The constable's on his way.
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not
Still 3%
since you were lost.
It's rhetoric. Yeah, I don't have anything. Have anything that's minusing it? Yeah, I guess I'll try it. 3%.
Draw has not lessened since
Double sixes could always happen.
If anything, it seems to. Why are you even trying to get the door with rhetoric?
Equally likely double ones, yeah. Because getting physical wasn't an option.
What wasn't an option?
Using my body over my wits.
Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
There's drugs in that container. I know it.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked the drawer slides.
Just checking if I can check that one again since I saw the other folder. I don't. Never know. Jean-Luc.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Isn't Everard the Union boss white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
But you still serve him. What does that factor into your life?
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront International Capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did.
How dare you say that about communists?
Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
Communism is pretty cool, I'll have you know.
Idiotic communism is the single greatest contributor to your race descent. Everywhere around you. The fruits of its failure to challenge the world order. Individualism, rock and roll music, sexually transmitted diseases. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Rock and roll music?
I've gotten it from disco, actually.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
Okay, I'll ask. Who are these Seamanese people?
The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised on the islands before you moved to Revachol.
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are
This guy talks so slow.
in my genetic dream.
For being a superior human.
I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
So you did not come from the islands?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
So you're not really Seminese, you're just from Revachol.
I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Revachol. The city is central to the Seminese strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with. Think upon it.
Okay, well, the superior human being of great vision, Everard, told you to help us get the body down from the tree.
So it was. You surmounted the harbor wall in a display of athletic prowess to reach my superior. Then had him give me an order. I salute your cunning, and I will remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
Okay, whatever you say.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a but.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
Lieutenant, what if we don't want to do that?
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
And you were just down playing him earlier. Okay then, we'll do this.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
He's walking away like he shit his pants.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
We're just trying to keep things from going to shit.
Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Taking down the whole tree.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
I also wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everard's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
Kim firing back. Why don't you come up here and say that to me? It's none of your business.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then, the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
He's walking like he shit his pants. His body's so stiff.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
There's been no side choosing. We did what we had to do to keep order. It's not a race thing.
And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
I'm okay with that. That's fine. Just don't be bringing race into this.
So,
Anything to say?
how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
Labor Utopia.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Everett says you have a key to a door.
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
I was hoping you could tell me.
Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
You know, I heard something about a weasel and it didn't sound like a local polar weasel. You know what I mean?
Polar weasel? Oh, I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's actually Occidental, though. So you're gonna be committing fratricide, my racist friend.
I don't know what I just said.
The basement door behind the greenhouse.
I'm a racist now, apparently.
That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
It's fine.
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about this task? This weasel person, when he'll be
I'm
home?
more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
He means he's not going to tell you cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard. Who he is and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Yeah, do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Yeah, any idea who killed the hangman?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
The Merc was hanged with a very specific type of cargo belt, one often used in harbors. It had the word vermilion written on it.
What a thought. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Pushed how?
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
Hold up. What does that mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
So did you kill him? I know it wasn't him.
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
Okay.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's
Alright,
not my
good talking to you. It's almost 9 o'clock. Something to do. Something more important than looking at a body.
Just an ordinary war. Nothing.
Oh, I thought I had this unlocked again. All right, we'll look at the goddamn body. You win. Featuring Kuno leaving station. Alright, first we'll talk to the body.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
It's missing the texture here for like the end of the branch, I guess. Well, it's down.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
I mean, I shot it and put a hole through the body.
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The RCM's 4-phase murder scene processing manual.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
Don't we have someone else to cut his shit open?
It's not about cutting. And no, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work.
Yes. I guess I feel like a detective. Let's start cutting open a body.
You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Oh. Nothing new.
Come back later, Corporal. Amuse
What exactly is a
yourself with
field
my
autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epuis Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Do you have another pair of gloves?
Unfortunately, no.
I do have gardening gloves. Maybe they're enough?
They are better than nothing. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things while you will take notes.
Okay, where should I take these notes?
In your paperwork, officer. Just fill out the field autopsy form.
Kim. You know I lost all my shit.
Now they only have one paperwork, too.
Officer, what haven't you lost?
I haven't lost this satin shirt.
Maybe you should. I can give you my paperwork. There's an autopsy form there. Several, actually, but only if it helps move things along.
You know what? I'm sorry I lost everything, Kim. I'm a real disappointment here.
Well.
So, you can't see that because I don't think it shows up. But I just got the achievement for literally the sorriest cop on earth.
It's okay to cry, Runkari.
Let's just work off yours for now.
Right. The autopsy form is near the end.
I will open the book and look at this form.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts.
Or trip. You know if I click find my own, that body would not get examined for another 3 days.
Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
Begin. Assistant.
That's you.
Right, Harry Dubois.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says
Coroner's case number.
KK57-0803.0815.
Got it.
Next.
Name.
NA. Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
Age.
Roughly 50.
dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
Yeah, I'm gonna write 42.
He nods.
Race.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
All right.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Male.
Pigs can have sex.
Write down fucky. Right, pigs. No, can't disappoint Kim here. He's the paperwork guy. This is his paperwork. I'm borrowing. Male.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death?
We're still going with March 4th, 51.
All right, 0403 51.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box
Evidence.
remains.
Evidence of treatment.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
I'm not so sure. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried over?
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dogwalkers.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
All right, number 1, external examination. Summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
Good thing I didn't take the boot off before. I knew like the leg or something would go with it, so.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos.
Ends up feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
I'm not gonna touch his hair, that's just weird. Write it down. Short, light brown, male, pattern baldness. He's the examiner and the assistant.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think you really know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking mad. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation.
Right down an event for high velocity. No, fuck you, Kuno. Low velocity.
Ligature mark.
The lieutenant produces a small folding knife. With the other hand pulling on the belt, he starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
Hey, I'm the assistant here. You're the examiner.
My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
I'm gonna look for a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there, steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
That's a risk. We're gonna do it.
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then...
Fuckity fuck.
The lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words to your aid.
Alright. Enough, cut some.
Yeah, fuck him! Fuck that baggery! Corpse fucking time!
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
Alright.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Here.
He hands them back and kneels closer to the body, running his fingers along the dark red groove till he comes to a gap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
That's a lot.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
The scarring is extensive, way more than a law official's.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
Takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it, then moves to the other hand. We'll let him work alone.
Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle.
I'm letting Kim take the lead on this one, even though I could probably get some insights, but I am the assistant. Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
The stenchier part, the internal examination summary.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
I don't know if I want to write a moral to this story. No, I'm just gonna write NA.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
Okay.
Respiratory system.
Back hunched, as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaw. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Let's just look inside this time. We'll just look.
No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his.
Okay, well, I don't like the sound of that. I'm gonna just write that down. That's kind of gross.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder, and bile ducts.
Am I an expert in those
But
things?
nothing in your alcohol-soaked memory directs to having forensic expertise on either one.
Okay, well, I don't think so then.
Neither am I.
Alright. That's it? Okay, NA it
Same
is.
for toxicology and serology, NA. Unless
Both?
you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
Would obscure tidbits and odd trivia fit the fields?
No.
But the completionist in me wonders if there's still something we could do.
Toxicology screening. At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if it was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Brimming with cocaine.
Yeah. Thanks, electrochemistry. We're gonna add the toxicology requested.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground, the pool of feces there.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Write it down, omit the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries, summary.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Okay, what about the injuries we have inflicted?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
Okay, I have inflicted.
So there's a spin-stabilized munition from a Kiel A990 muzzleloader lodged in his lung, and an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention those. Better not to muddy the waters.
I agree that the waters are muddy enough.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries.
Alright, bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And
Write down.
Your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal. Post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Alright, write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and
Minimum
chest,
velocity.
where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal. Post-mortem.
Right. Next.
Ligature mark.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Okay.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
This is where it's interesting. Because he was definitely unconscious when he was brought here, so he wasn't going to... He was unconscious or dead when he was brought here. So he wasn't going to struggle and grab at the thing. So the question is, did he die from this, the hanging, or was he dead already? I think this is non-fatal. I think this is post-mortem. Because we still have that mystery person. That mystery female. Who they're covering for. I think she killed him and then they brought the body here. So I'm going to say non-fatal post-mortem.
He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red ring around the dead man's neck.
Why do you say that?
I'm serious. I don't think this was the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
You're right, to these psychic arts. That'll convince him. Yeah, why weren't his hands tied? A big man like this? I would tie his hands when marching him to the gallows.
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you're right, I was ready to call this. Now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Alright, first, how did it go? Am I a total wreck?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
And what else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
Perhaps a drink is in order. No. We're on speed. We're not on alcohol. I'm giving up the drink. Alright, what now?
Now we put him in a body bag and I drive him to Forborg for processing.
The lieutenant looks at the dead man one more time, then at his notebook, then at the corpse again. He's thinking, did I miss something? I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
%.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
Look under his fingernails like Kimmer.
His fingernails have turned dark. They're chipped and quite long. There is dirt under them. That's all.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
I've got a gut feeling that there's more to this corpse.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
And where do we find a fridge for the body?
Hey, wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus?
Oh, yeah! So that's what the ice bear-shaped refrigerator is for.
That's an overstatement. It's for storing cadavers, or at least I hope so.
I turned the fridge off.
We should take a look at it first. Make sure it's big enough before we carry him over. Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for in the deceased will become harder to find.
Okay, it's getting late too. Keep up, Kim. Is this thaw
This
yet?
orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and
Still slowly melting.
the beer's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge slowly melting. The power has been cut off.
Kind of looks big enough for two
Several
corpses.
Eccentric choice, but it's more than big enough and cold enough. Honestly, it's perfect. All we have to do is plug the fridge back in.
Alright.
Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box.
Plug the giant red cable back in.
Awakens. The dead body is going to be safe in the embrace of its cold innards.
Great. The owners of this building will just have to keep paying for the electricity sucked up by this monstrosity a little longer. Let's return to the fridge.
Alright, I'm getting my gloves on.
The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour, he looks less like a creature and more like a pile of intestines. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Alright, let's bag him, take him away.
If you think so, officer, I'm not going to object. I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I'll take it from there.
I thought we were taking him to the fridge.
Continue working here. The locals, the case, or attend to your own business. I will meet you downstairs in the Whirling in Rags tomorrow morning, 7:30 sharp.
This means Lieutenant Kisuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You're free to do side tasks and even the main case, though it might be more difficult. If you have nothing to do, read books or sit on the bench on the plaza.
No, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to take it to the goddamn fridge. That's why we did that. I'll go click on the fridge again after plugging it in. And Kim, we gotta go talk to that other dude too. Was this before or after it was turned on? Before.
Both cables are unplugged somewhere in. The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the ice cream wrappers hidden inside its belly.
What do you think?
Certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capacious and cold enough, too.
But the optics on this are awful, he thinks. We need to be as silent as we can. Your visual confirms you could fit 2 more bodies in the ice bear fridge.
Shall we go and get the body then? I'll take the head.
Okay, let's do
you
this.
take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but we'll manage.
The body is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an
That was
hour
loud.
to get it down to the basement. Then 10 more minutes to stuff it into
Why is it so loud?
The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
Why was that so loud?
You have created an ice bear sarcophagus.
Behold, we have created an ice bear sarcophagus.
Talk of the ice bear sarcophagus must not leave this room.
We did our best with the means at our
Did
disposal.
we though? Okay, maybe we did. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting.
I'm ready.
Your arms reach out and your eyes close.
Holy shit!
As if by it's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh, first with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand.
What is this?
His face.
I have the light now. This is the change.
His fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent.
Crawl up his nostrils. Put your fingers in his mouth. Squeeze his nose. This is fucking weird. I'm gonna put my fingers in his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop.
Okay, don't describe this to me. This is gross.
You're on the right track.
Wait, my eyes were closed? Let's open my eyes.
Vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and
Oh, this is like opening my third eye here.
Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat, and there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened. An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Fuck yeah. Abrasion collar. There's a pen in his hand. His notebook is open at the red pages. Touch it with my finger gently.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Oh god, put my finger in.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brain.
Oh, Christ's sakes. What am I playing here? What is wrong with me? What does my life come to? Brainstem?
Yes, that's what this part is called.
Yeah, let's feel around a bit, I guess.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. This man will never sleep again, never wake. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever.
Alright, deeper.
Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. This is what he used to regulate his emotions with.
There's a cavity. cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow.
I'm gonna wriggle in, I guess.
Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger. Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin.
Feel a solid object right under the skin, right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
Inspect the skull first.
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it, from the inside. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Right. Interfacing.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
Slowly pull my fingers
The
out.
inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth, covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Keep it, Lieutenant, as a gift.
No, you deserve it. We can log it later.
Lieutenant drops the bag in your bloody hand. It feels light.
Looks like we need to add one more item to your injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds about right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
I'm still not sure. You know what? I agree to that one.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Yes. Yes. It was all treatment.
Yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging. Even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
I agree.
I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation. There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there. There is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
Yeah, maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
Also, maybe they just shot him while they hanged him. That's possible. I feel like his mouth wouldn't be hanging open enough, though.
To put him out of his misery? It's possible, but it doesn't explain all the other dubious things here. Lack of struggle, primarily. I may be intellectually sloppy, but I prefer one theory at a time. And this just smacks of treatment to me.
Okay. So, I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Rolling in Ride should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Alright. Proceed.
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
To be gone. What should we do in the meanwhile?
Case, tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
Alright. We're getting Kim's praise.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks, and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Okay, let's just... We got one more thing to do, Kim. Look, I may be a colossal fuck up, but I can succeed once in a while. That, what was it, 28% chance? That's my chance of success, and it worked. It paid off. If it didn't work, I was prepared to spend a skill point to try again. I think we got 2 now, actually. We got 3 skill points. I'm gonna get one more cabinet slot here. And I want to put, what's that other one that I... Yeah, I want to do this one, the one where I like to look inside containers. That's definitely me. I'm saving these 2, but I want to get another thing here. I just want to have that going because it takes time for those things to go, so. And I'd rather have it done sooner than later. It's an hour for that one. It's possible I can have it done tonight before we even start the next day, before we start our actual detective work again. Maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. This dude's here now. Leaning out his door.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
Gives you a bright smile before taking another drag from his cigarette.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Wait, no it's not. What am I conceptualizing here? He's standing next to a wall.
It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight. And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
We got your hint. Found the key right under that stone.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
That's what I'm aiming for, yes.
Beautiful.
Nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out the slender cheekbone.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
By the way, I'm really digging the view here.
That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Wait. Suddenly you are digging things?
All right, well, very well. I'll talk to him, but I want to talk to you. I have so many questions.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark, and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
And I just found you again.
It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
He's right. Only losers go to bed early. Time to break out the booze.
All right. All right.
Take care, all right?
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Something so different about it, I just can't put my finger on.
Different, of course.
I think my character's got a thing for this guy. His shirt. Why is his shirt always unbuttoned?
His shirt.
His shirt.
He's trying to dive deep into the mysteries of his shirt.
His shirt? No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
His mouth tightens as you're trying to hold, as though trying to hold something back.
Detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
Oh my god. Quarterly Business Magazine. Empty ashtray. Dishes soaked up in a pot. Flyers for underground parties. An exquisite canopy bed made of metal. Oh my god. Don't you dare fucking question my authority here. Put some logic in here. Got no authority going on. Didn't I have these gloves on? I think I forgot to put them back on. So I did it with my bare hands, basically, my fingerless gloves. An old photo of the same apartment dated year '01. Oh my god. Okay. I'll save that for a minute. Buckets of paint on a layer of old newspapers. I can't go back to the Whirling in Rags until the night's over because it'll make Kim go away, so. Open apartment door for Everart. Behind the greenhouse. Yeah, I know which one it is. I'll do that tomorrow. Okay, let's talk to this dude now.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia. My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Before we get to that, I absolutely have to inquire about this wonderful canopy.
Oh yes, my friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
So, you actually witnessed the lynching?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Start from the beginning, if you don't mind.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Well done, detective.
Who were they? Can you describe them?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
Okay, how many were there?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Any of them huge, like 200 kilograms huge?
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
And what happened next?
I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Were they men? Women?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
What ethnicity were they?
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
What happened next?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
What do you mean, nothing happened? They lynched a guy.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Okay, so why didn't you call the RCM?
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
Let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself, did you?
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Alright, well, those are all my questions. Thanks for your time.
Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM.
What are you doing in Martinez?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Okay, but what are you doing here, in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
So you're some kind of bureaucrat?
Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the Moral Intern is joking or not.
Okay, what is this international community?
La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
And what is the price stabilité?
It is the most important thing.
That doesn't tell me anything.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Okay. That was something else, though.
But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
You're not answering my questions at all.
The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
No, I'm good.
A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the Moral Inter. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always
I didn't want
call
one anyway.
our information line. Making information available is part of the Moral Intern's commitment to transparency.
The communist inside of me doesn't like this guy either. That's why I refused his leaflet, even though he's still reaching for one to give one to me. Tell me about Sur-la-Clé.
What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Darlings? That can't be an official designation.
What makes Revachol Soracle's darling?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Okay, well, that's enough business.
Whatever you wish, officer.
Tell me about your friend there.
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
What's Kedra?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
What do you mean?
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
It doesn't tell me anything about Kedra itself. Is it warm there, cold, something in between?
It's warm. It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi. Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's menage decided to emigrate.
How did you two become friends?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
You're describing how the coalition occupied Revachol.
One of the wonders of democracy is that everyone is allowed to have his own opinion. And not just allowed, encouraged even. Have you ever tried debate?
What do you mean?
Debating. You should consider joining a debating society for adults. I hear they're oodles of fun. I used to have a flyer for one, but now that I start thinking of it, it was for an improv class anyway. It's this funny theater thing, you know? Very creative. Helps relieve stress.
A chill runs down your spine as you envision a half-dozen people in professional attire standing around a chair, awkwardly pretending to be waiting for a motor bus. It's neither funny nor creative.
You still haven't told me who he is.
Sorry, who?
Your friend, the smoker on the balcony. We were just talking about him.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
Alright, fine. But what's his real name?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
So all you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the arts.
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
As though you weren't envious enough of the boy as is.
Which arts?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
So what are you doing in his apartment by yourself?
I'm just enjoying the view.
What view?
Listen.
What? I'm not hearing anything.
The Insulindian Bay.
What about it?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
Hey, I was asking about your friend.
My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
I'm all ears, officer.
That's all I got.
Officer. Do
Okay.
you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Why can't we talk
It's
later?
against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
I mean, I had nothing else to do. I want to take a look around this apartment.
Go ahead. It's a beautiful space. Let me know if you have any further questions.
Maybe I should ask him about these clothes, if it gives me that option again. Doesn't look like there's anything else.
Was there anything else? Of course.
Nope, that's all I
I'm
need.
glad.
The little bubbles pop up when I'm over here. Nope. Okay. That's it. We'll get Kim to take the body away now. I'll go to sleep while Kim does the work. Because, like, if I did this at the crack of dawn, it would take him all day to move the body. That means he's going to be up all night moving that body. Yeah, probably. I feel like that guy has, like, there's more to that guy that I can't question him on it right now. Yeah, but you were a, I'll say good detective. You probably were able to get the body down and everything on day one. You didn't have the time to go explore. Whereas I'm a loser cop and I couldn't do it, so I had all the free time in the world.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Alright, Kim. Take you back to the fridge. If I'm sure if I knew who that guy was before, the guy with the unbuttoned shirt or whatever, that he might have more to say. Because he says I'll see him around.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
Shoot,
Can you tell me anything?
Rooney.
How do you like it in the fridge?
I like it a lot, brother. This really is your finest hour. You're a genius. A regular Corporangelo.
Goddamn right. But by the way, since you're going away, I hate you, you're stink, and you're boring.
Do I remind you of someone?
Absolutely not.
Born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
A baby affected with harlequinism.
You sure wriggled out of that one. Coppolini.
Thanks, Encyclopedia. Alright, enough.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself
bag him.
with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dream.
No, I don't think so. Let's bag him, Kim. take him away. The lieutenant takes the body away. Gone for the rest of the day. Till the next less than hour overdue.
All right.
2 hours overdue, actually, at this point.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands. I'll take the legs.
All right. Bag the corpse. Thank God there's no dragging sound this time. That was really loud before. And he's gone. You know, we never actually like went around at night. If there's like anyone around. Is there a dude sleeping in here? Go creep in on him.
The traffic jam. This big, heavy. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can.
Doesn't seem like it. Oh, what do we got here? I don't think this highlighted before. Fucking found the drugs, boys. Hell yeah. I can interact with that.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
We found the Speedwagon. Question is, whose truck is that? This guy leaves his stuff out here, but I can't steal it. Dude, this guy's open.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
Oh, I gotta go talk to Joyce. Kim's not here. She might be gone now though, because it's actually pretty late. Go find out.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Oh yeah, I also talked to Evart Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
I actually didn't like him. But I also don't want to swear fealty to the cause of capital. But I'm like straight up communist here, so I kind of want to click that. I'm doing it. I hate him too. Everhart Claire's an asshole. But it's also my character. Gotta play it. Full on communist. For the people.
Huh.
You know, it's understandingly. I have chosen his side in the class war. My loyalty does not have a price, and is non-negotiable. Sorry.
And here I thought my modest payment of 130 real would stick. I do not expect you to share anything Everard told you with me, not being a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like passing some information, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things. Tell her she'll like you for it.
Here's a little bit of gossip for you. He's helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
Exactly.
So very, very helpful. And how is that going? Do you have any leads on that gun?
Mr. Everett is helping me find my gun.
Yes. As you said.
Mr. Everett is helping me find my gun.
Your gun, yes. Do you want to talk about something else now?
Mr. Everett is helping me find my gun. I just get white noise. That's hilarious.
He seems to be in some sort of loop.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
That's not good. Looks fine over here. You sure it's not some sort of glandular problem?
What is happening?
It's not that. It's... I have no idea. This...
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. I love this. This is awesome. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Of all the things to be stuck looping, this has got to be one of the most witless.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Sweetheart, stop repeating that now.
Her eyes look worried, frightened even. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
How do we get out of here?
Yes, Mr. Everard. This gossiping idea was terrible on my part. I take it back.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Scans her surroundings, as though a neurologist might magically appear.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Do you want me to take you to a hospital, sir?
You think we should turn him off and back on again?
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
Officer!
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
We need to pull the plug. There's nothing else to do. Are you not afraid? it'll kill him. What if he forgets everything again? Okay, I'm gonna do it. Hold on.
Detective! Is everything all right in there?
Judging from your tone of voice, probably not.
No, not at all, I'm afraid. You seem to be caught in some sort of loop.
Loop?
Never mind the details. We've wasted enough time as it is. What matters is that you seem to have got out of it. Now, please ask me something else before it happens again. Something that, preferably, doesn't include the words Mr. or Everard.
You know what? I think I'd rather talk about something else for now, if you don't mind.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
More reality
basic
questions.
Reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Now that we're alone, what is pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes. What is the pale?
Okay. The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
What is an isola?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
And Insulinde is...
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay. What is the pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
The negation of being.
The negation
That's
of...
right. The negation of being.
Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
— 6,000 kilometers from the end of the world?
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
Oh, I can't click on solution right now? That's disappointing. I guess I gotta wait till this conversation's done. And, there.
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called porch collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
We're surrounded by Pale. How do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us. It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
The Pale can damage the mind.
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger.
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am a member of the Entreprenetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
What is entropinetic?
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super Isola. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Did they cross it? The Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has entropinetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
And if we do not?
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or...?
What do you think, detective?
It's shrinking. It's growing. There's more and more of the Pale. Is what I think. Because it's eating at the edges.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
extreme at all. It's going to happen.
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the wild pale yonder.
One and all. They say pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Okay, let's return to reality, please.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this.
Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
I believe that its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism.
Mm-hmm. You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
This investigation will be my masterpiece. The one they remember me by, I promise.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
I respect Kim highly and I would not disappoint him. I would not aim to disappoint him.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time. Glad to have been of assistance, the little that I know. Anything else?
No, that's all for now, thank you.
The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
Find better loot in locked containers. How often am I going to find locked containers? I mean, there's no negative to it, so... So... This whole Pale business is really bizarre. I feel like my character isn't actually like conscious right now. This is all in his head. What it feels like. Because my character's grasp on reality was very important to her, in particular. And if I have a poor grasp on reality, then it's not good for anyone. Like the Pale would consume all. You're right. We just need more speed. Speed will fix all. Still gotta find a thing so I can go up and sing. It is all about money, my friend.
Can I help you?
No, that's it for now. We'll see if we can get ourselves washed off here. Although it's probably gonna put me to bed right away.
The door is closed. Still nothing.
Almost midnight. It's knocking on this person's door. I can't even pick up the bottles in here. Oh, I can pick up these ones though. Look at this. Kim would be proud. Can't pick up those ones though. Take that one. Where are the others? Right there.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with...
Can't get any more electrochemistry. Wash myself off.
The cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now.
I want to live forever with the corpse smell, memento mori and stuff. You know, let's run myself a bath.
The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
Undress, close my eyes and
The
submerge.
water is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks. Like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely. And so tired.
Take the beer cans
Now,
out.
you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub. They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations. None of them acute enough to focus on.
Just imagine something.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature.
Okay, let's linger just a little
Your
longer here.
fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
I want more electrochemistry. Got 4 skill points. Those beer cans I took out, can I have those? Is there anything else I needed to do at night? Oh, I gotta talk to Kim about that too. Alright, in the morning. Armor. Yeah, we've done some stuff. Oh yeah, I got one more thing. No, I'm gonna wait for Kim to be here in case I got some interjection with him because it's evidence.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
I'm sorry, Cells. It's all my fault. It's all me.
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
Think I need medical attention.
Oh, yes. They'll check you out, give you some pills, make it all okay. The
Pills, you say?
Wonder Makers.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes.
You're just stuck
Whoops.
here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I will. I'm looking at people all the time. I like them.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll. We'll see Kim. So, with this game, I get the feeling that I am the killer. And I'm in some sort of, like PTSD sort of thing going on here. Trying to figure out where the hell my life went wrong. As I'm solving my own case of the murder that I committed. I don't know. This whole pale thing's weird. Anyway, I think I'm gonna have to stop here though. Start of a new day seems like a good time. I don't know how weird this game gets with its, how weird this is gonna be. Alright guys, that's it for me tonight. I'll be back on, I'm thinking Monday. Should be back Monday, unless something comes up. So until then, I will see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.